What will you do? Yep. What will you do with an art blocked Ria? What will you do with an art blocked Ria? What will you do with an art blocked Ria? Early in the morning. Way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas early in the morning. Circling on empty page and then start over, circling on empty page and then start over, circling on empty page and then start over early in the morning. Way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas early in the morning. Change your mind and start drawing another person, change your mind and start drawing another person, change your mind and then start drawing another person early in the morning. Way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas early in the morning. Finding poses enough to give you a headache, finding poses enough to give you headache, finding poses is enough to give you headaches early in the morning. Way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas early in the morning. Keep trying till we find a good solution, keep trying till we find a good solution, keep trying till we find a good solution early in the morning. Way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas, way hey and erase canvas early in the morning. Hello. I'm kind of mad today, if that was not obvious. Bread, hello, welcome in. Power Corvus, good morning, welcome in. Da-da-da-dum. I have an idea that I'll need a longboat, an old shaving kit, a large hose, and the daughter of a high-ranking Misthaven leader. I see you have done your research, dear Loaf. Welcome in this fine day. Greetings, everyone. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and trying to get rid of art block today. And hopefully we shall get that somewhat right. I kind of went too up-tempo there for a bit, but hey! Mad enough to adapt the song to it, and it was very good. Yay! I'll do a proper version at some point, maybe. I'll do a proper version at some point, maybe. I kind of just quickly scribbled that up in the last 15 minutes, trying to figure it out. But hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. How goes? I know it's early in the morning somewhere. Fun times, fun times. So yeah, I know at the end of my last stream I said I was going to do some brainstorming, but that never ended up happening. Lynxus, hello, welcome back, welcome back. A very clippable thing has happened. I've got 7:40 AM for me here. That is early enough for me. That's early enough for me. I can roll with that. You hear that? 900 words this time. Nah. So, I have not done any pose iterations. But I did write quite a lot of stuff down and ghostbust a bunch of problems that I need solving. So things happened in the background. It wasn't a completely, how can I phrase this? Unproductive Friday. But yeah. We are here. We are here. And we're going to attempt to draw things. We're going to attempt. Okay, Lynxus. Let's give ourselves an opportunity to have at least some voice left for later, shall we? Because I have no idea how long the stream is actually going to end up being. It depends on what happens in the rest of my household and if the sky falls or not. Yeah, so... So, let's go here. We kind of decided that we were going to draw Roro VY2 at the end of last stream, so that's what we're going to do. So I went ahead and found Tsukasa Ryugu Sensei's original work for reference purposes. So we've got the primary key art, we've got a bit of a reference sheet that we've got to look at here, and then I know I spoke previously also about a song called Fest of Monsters Cheerful Failure, which was also a manga which consists of like 35 chapters. And I was so pleased to discover that Roro is actually in that manga as well. So I was like, I had to grab that reference. So I have it all. To get at least a good idea of the person I am drawing this day. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just split these across different windows so that I can collapse them to my discretion. Eek. Just like that. There we go. And yeah, we are going to attempt to find a pose that will hopefully cooperate so that I can have a nice illustration to show you guys at the end of this all. But I think we should open up with a hydrate. So everyone, please acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. Yeah, that is the thing. Coffee! Joy. So, I should probably... I have not finished booting up my computer, I see, because I have not yet activated my tablet driver. What the? There we go. Now you're responsive. Now you're behaving. And you need to be on. Otherwise, you're not going to do anything. There we go. Are you here? Come along, what's the stupid that you're busy with? Okay, for some reason my V hand is behaving weirdly. Oh, that's why. I've got it on the wrong view. That's why it was behaving weirdly. There we go. I knew stuff was acting weird. There's the scuff for the day. We're all great. We're all right. Okay. So, let us get our bearings right in terms of what we want to do with this pose. I think the first thing that we should think of is what kind of a song would I want this drawing to be accompanying, because that is basically the point of this drawing, is to sort of be something that would be fitting to accompany a music video, because portfolio-wise, that's what we're working on, that's what we're trying to be an example regarding, make an example for, blah, blah. So, I think let us see. And maybe start with just doing a little bit of pre-drawing just to get used to what it feels like to actually draw Roro a little bit more. So, an edgy and very real pose, like the character sitting on their side of the bed. Huh. So that's giving me sort of... that pose vibes. If I read the message. And if I do some perspective shifting. And let's do this. Let's do this on a landscape canvas view. Take that away. And really stretch this perspective a little bit. This is a really good idea, Lexus. Thank you. That actually works pretty nicely. A really ant's eye view, which is not something I've worked with in a hot minute. The ant's eye view. I like that. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. So let's take it from there. I think I'm gonna just grab everything and scale it down just a smidge, just that I've got a bit more headroom to work with. Because if I'm also looking at my composition, I do want his needs on the third line. But I also want his face on a third line as well, which means I'm going to drop this down a little bit more like that. Okay. And this is going to actually end up being quite an illustration, I think, because I can just see this thing begging for a fisheye perspective in the room behind him. Like, I'm just getting the sense that we need to have a little bit of curvature of stuff happening back here. It looks like it's begging for it just a bit. So I'm actually really liking this composition. Thank you for that good idea. Wow. This might actually just be the ticket. This might be the ticket. So now let us start constructing this proper. And I just want to see, in terms of the anatomy and side view, you're going to get a little bit of a get a little bit of that square jaw type vibe, because we're basically looking at the corner of the jaw front on. So that is actually the throat. That works. Not that we're going to actually be seeing the ears, but it's useful just to put them there as markers. I saw that character and by that one pose, and instantly gave me those sad real vibes, like his pose is just dripping with personality. The bed pose. Yeah. There is a lot of character in how Tsukasa Ryugu has drawn Roro over the years, and I've seen a couple of iterations of him in a couple of music videos, and I adore it. I adore it. Both the way that she conveys his character and the variations on his character that I've seen. I really, really enjoy it. Like, he's always got this slightly apathetic, easygoing vibe, a little bit. And I really enjoy that. The only time he's a little bit less is when he's like in a seriously over the top mood. And I really, really enjoy that in terms of how he's portrayed a lot. Like, Tsukasa Ryugu sensei is definitely an artist who I would like to learn quite a few things from, because when it comes to exaggerations, stylizations, and so on, she's an absolute master. And just vibrant, loud colors, wow. It's like Disney old character designs, just by one picture you can instantly tell who, what, and how they act. Yeah, Like, that sort of absolute it's just this wonderful way of just capturing a character in a single image, and it's definitely just the most amazing thing. I'd love to learn how to do that better, honestly. Like, I said this previously, but lately I feel like a lot of my art is very, very functional, and it doesn't always necessarily have that spark of an illustration. It's more of a like, I've been drawing a lot of reference material lately. Let me put it that way. Like, 90% of what I've been drawing lately has been reference material. It's all about functionally seeing how things get put together more than trying to convey personality. And I would like to get better at the personality side of things. And I do actually think that maybe doing a series of studies on this particular artist's work is maybe not a bad idea. But I also think I need to actually spend more time working on people who've actually got established characters rather than my own original cast who are kind of, until further notice, very much not yet their own people. I haven't written them enough yet to actually have perceivable character in that way. I can see both. If this artist has a vibe and style, studying their work is definitely a good source of inspiration, and working with characters that have an established personality too. Yeah. Like, this particular artist has been really, really influential in the Vocaloid world over the last couple of years, like, significantly. I've seen less of her work lately because I've been a little bit out of it the last few years. But I've seen her work on music videos that haven't had anything to do with her brother's songwriting lately as well, which is also pretty cool. So yeah, I really, really like her work, honestly. I really, really like her work a lot. Like, she knows the rules and she knows how to break them perfectly, honestly. Like, you can see that she knows exactly what she's doing. Okay, now let me just do the posture as well, just so that I can calculate elbow positions properly. I'm just doing the sits. Okay, so actually what's happening is this is too far back on the leg. Just from the reference, I can get a feeling for the character's vibes. Yeah. So, if the elbow sits basically mid-thigh, let me just do that calculation quickly. So, thigh is from there to there, elbow sits approximately there. That means it's like that. Then bend of the arm is going to come here, sort of at that angle. just by one image you can instantly tell who, what, and how this character behaves is so fascinating to me. Yeah. This one I'm gonna prop up. Yes. That I'm happier with. So let me cut that out. Okay. Reduce that opacity so that I can actually see what we've got. There we go. Okay, I am happier with that. I am significantly happier with that. Pose. There we go. And I think it is time for a sip of coffee. Just one quickly. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Coffee is practically cold. Okay, so let's quickly finish the coffee and then I'm putting on another timer for hydrates. Okay. Because I forgot to put on my timer for last time, so we're going to do that. The timer is going to be for hydrates, so that we can remember to actually do that. And now the coffee is gone. Savage. But okay, there's the timer. We continue. Okay. Clear that. Clear that. Now, I know stylistically, Roro has been drawn very, very, very thin. Like, he is lanky. So now that I've got at least the anatomy of this pose pretty much mostly there, let me work on whittling him down into the appropriate build. Because Roro is not a buff character 90% of the time, unless you are looking at Fools Among the Stars, and then that is funny. Seeing him that way. But I'm not going to go all the way to this level of exaggerated thinness. Still skinny, but not quite that level of exaggerated thinness. Okay, something like that on that elbow. That should do the trick, that should do the trick. Thank you for being cooperative, Roro. Thank you for being cooperative. Now, let's see. I'm not entirely happy with the finger position here. You hear that? 1,000 words? I am really not catching that reference, but I hope you're having fun. I'm really not understanding that reference. I'm sorry. Okay, that'll do. no, I want it to be a little bit more... I want it to be a little bit more angled, actually. Oh, it's a SpongeBob reference. Okay, that explains why I'm not getting it. Yeah. SpongeBob is, always going to go over my head. I'm not going to ever investigate that. So, you're not going to get a satisfactory response out of me from making those references, sadly. Because it's just not something I'm going to be investigating. It's also a reference to your little voice clip from that last stream. Yeah, yeah, I mostly just read it because that was what you asked for, but, yeah, that's not, I think, a joke that needs to be perpetuated. I don't really like, flogging the horses until they're that dead, you know? The joke is funny the first time. Less so the millionth. Or what feels like it, necessarily. That's looking significantly better, and then the thumb will be tucked behind the middle finger, so we're not going to see it. Okay. That actually looks significantly better. That looks significantly better. I am happy. I am happy. That hand looks significantly better. Nice. So then the next one is the one on the leg, and that is going to basically just have the fingers curling over, and we're just gonna see basically the fingertips. We're not gonna see the top knuckles or anything. Okay, so we're gonna get, in that case, let me just move the mirror there so I can see. We're gonna see 3 and then just the last digit of the pinky. Okay. So it's gonna be basically Okay, so let's see, and then that one is gonna be like so. More or less, but let's get this angle better. Put that in. And then grab this entire lot. And scale it down a bit because it's just a bit big. There we go, there we go. Nice, nice. Okay. That works for that side. We're getting there, we're getting there. Reposition self. And it would help if I was putting this thing on because I'm now getting cold, which is not gonna fly. Heat of summer in the hottest part of the country, and I'm putting on a fluffy blanket. What on earth is someone coming to? Okay. And that up in there because otherwise that's just taking all space on my chair. There we go. There we go. And myself closer. There we go. Ergonomics sorted. Okay, ergonomics sorted. Right, I'm happy. We are starting to actually get to look like something here. That's good, that's good, that's good. Now, gotta love her high aircon. I absolutely appreciate it for keeping my computer alive. I can't stand being in it. Like, legitimately, I've got a bottle of throat spray next to me that is here just to keep my throat from going completely unusable because I can't be in air-conditioned spaces without getting sick. I get more sick in summer from being in air conditioning than I ever do in winter or in the change of season. It's ridiculous. And it's been like that for as long as I can remember. It's so foggy outside, I think it's going to be The Walking Dead all over again. Oh boy. Let's see if we can get this to match a little bit better. It looks like it's getting there. Hao Chi Hua! Hey whoa! Welcome in, good to see you. How goes? Welcome, welcome. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with the facial proportions at the very least. Pretty good, trying to optimize my HDR for my 1440p monitor. Oh boy, that sounds like a challenge. Best of luck with that. Might have to get one of those physical calibrators. Ooh, yeah, now that's interesting. Just make sure that whatever color you've got behind you while you're doing your calibration is as neutral as possible. Either if you've got like a grey wall behind you, fantastic. Because otherwise even the physical calibrators are going to look wrong. Because bounce light. Okay, yeah, I'm actually happy with those facial proportions, surprisingly. Most surprisingly, actually. Okay, I think we can now start cleaning this up. Or I'll have it calibrated by professionals. Yeah, I think it might actually... You'll need to compare the pricing, because I think maybe getting a one-time call-out from a professional might be cheaper than having the tool which you're only ever going to use once. Or like maybe once in 5 years. So, yeah. Depends. Unless you're doing screen calibration all the time, doing... actually having the tool yourself. Questionable. What's the 80% rule? You can get 80% of the work done with 20% of the features. What? It's an IPS screen though, so it looks just great out the box too. Yeah. Like, unless you are doing work that is like a big team thing, you don't need that thing like 100% accurate. Like, if you're not doing something where you are trying to keep consistency amongst like a group of team members sharing files, then having the like 100% accurate colors is not really the most important thing. Really depends if you're looking into forming a habit of buying and calibrating 100 and... yeah. And this RGB spec was 100%. Yeah, so I don't think you should worry too much about the calibration if it's already looking good out the box. Maybe like, if you're not going to be doing that big color grading in big team projects, I don't really think it's going to be the most critical thing in the world. If you're only using it for gaming, I do not think that having it calibrated is 100% necessary. It should be good out the box. Like, unless all of your greens look blue, you should be okay. If you see me on screen and I am looking rather cyan, then you have a problem. But HDR gaming... your priorities are your own. Your priorities are your own. But you look purple. Ish. Are you sure that it's not inverted? If the canvas... Right. If the canvas is looking like this, if my entire screen is looking like this, then you've got problems. Then you've got problems. Maybe I shouldn't have messed with the hue settings? No. Reset to factory defaults. Unless you're a fan of the color Bleam, then it's a feature, not a bug. Yeah. Not that I did? Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Okay. So, I think we can now start actually doing some cleanups here. So, now the question is, are we going to put this on, as suggested earlier, the corner of a bed, or are we going to try and do something a little bit more outdoorsy with this one? Like sitting on top of the stairs or something. Because that also has that potential look. Well, Harrier, now I'm fighting 70 zombies. Battle cry! Ah! Okay. Best of luck with your zombie battle. We have the power to put this man on so many suits, yes. We do indeed. So the question is, where shall we sit him down? Where shall we sit him down? The initial suggestion was on the edge of a bed. In which case, one wonders what on earth he's looking at so disapprovingly. Alternatively, alternatively, could be some sort of rooftop, maybe. And then we can have these loud clouds behind him, which will be really nice, maybe. These really loud, high contrast colors. That will be nice, maybe. That'll be nice, maybe. I'm feeling like loud colors are calling me. Loud colors are calling me. Yeah, loud colors are calling me. I must. What I'm gonna do though is I'm going to go filter, distort, fisheye, put it there. Okay, that'll do. I can get behind loud contrasting colors because sometimes the sky is just that loud. Eardrum bursting loud, or how loud are we talking? Well, considering that where I am, it is currently the middle of summer, and that this is temperatures where if some individuals in chat had to come to where I reside, if I were not in aircon, they would immediately pass out from heat exhaustion. Then yes, the sun is loud. So let's go with heat exhaustion loud. Let's go with heat exhaustion loud. I like loud colors. But we've got the timer is up, which means it is time for another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Hold up. That's an issue. I thought so. Doot. Just a moment. Sorry about that. Just needed to deal with the consequences of air conditioning on my sinuses. Okay. That works. So now we come over here. Let's move that out the way there. Time to go cook food. Okay, enjoy the food. I'm going to hide that and I'm going to call that one sketch 1. If I can spell. Okay. This one is going to be inks. And what we're going to do is we're just going to refine it from here. Undo. There we go. That works. Okay. Now, it just happens that this works out really well considering that he's got these flares at the bottom of his trousers. That it kind of works alongside the perspective. Okay. That works. Now on this side. Good. Hookity. I'm actually really liking how this is coming together so far. Okay. File, save as. Probably a good idea. And then also the timer needs to go back on. Oopsie. Timer goes back on. And this is going to go under here. It needs to be in the new folder. This is going to be 2025-01-04. There we go. So it has been preserved at the very least. Okay. So now we continue to tidy things up. And now the question is, do I do the jacket version, or do I do the short sleeve version? I'm thinking I want to do this short sleeve version from the manga. I'm really feeling like I want to do this short sleeve version from the manga. Kind of merge the two concepts. That's the feeling I've got of what I want to do with this. I like the short sleeves and it works with the angry skies. Yeah. I like the short sleeves too. And we'll give him his wristbands. So the fun story about this particular manga is that it was written by the artist's brother, who is also the songwriter behind a whole bunch of fun music. So, Braid, I don't know if you listened to a couple of the songs that I dropped in the Discord server, but this artist is the sister of the person who wrote that music. With all of the fun absurdity and the funny titles. Let's see. Not yet. I got distracted by some IRL stuff and blindsided by plans I made and forgot about. But I remember you saying the artist here and the songwriter were brother and sister, which is an amazing instance of creativity running in a family. Yeah, and also a brilliant testament to families working together in things, which I know a lot of people think is basically an impossibility, when it is in fact not. Siblings can in fact get along and cooperate, despite what the media would have you believe as being the norm. Honestly, the family that cooperates is the one that you have to look out for. When four more people share a brain cell, it gets weird. Yeah. Like, I'm fortunate in the fact that my family are able to cooperate, but none of us are in the same niche. So, we don't step on each other's toes much. We do have our conflicts, but we don't really get conflict of interest so much. But yeah, it's cool to be able to work with your people. Advice we all know, we're going to dislike your sibling, but eventually you're going to love them over time. This is true, because here's the thing, kids are annoying. Kids in general are annoying. And while kids are kids, they're going to be annoying to other kids. So when you are small, you are not going to enjoy being in the company of your sibling a lot of the time, because your sibling is an annoying person while they are a child. Example, why are the stairs going to that hole in the ceiling? The cat wanted it. Ah, is there a camera up there? Yep, wanna see? Oh, that is actually so cool. That is so cool. My parents love that cat and are handy enough to rig up the silliest things for her. Oh, that's so cool. I swear me and my older sibling would play a 2v2 online match, and when we lose I ask him, why are you allergic to winning? After he lost on purpose for the 5th time? Oh my word. Wow. That sounds like he was doing his best to be irksome. And succeeding. Okay. At least that side is looking like it's starting to get places. Still some areas though that need cleaning. I'm just going to put this on this side for now. On another layer. And I want to actually see, wait, I'm not happy with that, actually. I'm not happy with that at all. What's the gravity on that? Something along those lines. Okay, let me just hide that for a bit and work on this other arm. Actually, no, let's start with the hand. Let's clean up the hand first. Okay. There we go. Getting there, getting there. Ack, no, no, no. Fingernails are a pain. Least favourite part of drawing hands is the fingernails, honestly. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Ba-da-ba-da-dum. That'll do. Nope. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Okay, getting there. Yes, getting there. Now, let me do this. Imply the location of the thumb with a little bit more weight in there. Okay. So let's hide that for a bit and let's do this elbow next. So, here what we've got going is a crease seen from pretty much dead center There we go. Because that fold in the elbow is an interesting thing to get to look right. And from the elbow, the bone kind of goes to the outer edge of the wrist, so that needs to connect like that. Very, very subtly. Okay, there we go. Happy with that. Okay. Now this hand. Okay, next. How are we all holding up? Are we all surviving? Good question. Oh dear. Somehow it's cold and I refuse to turn on the heat even at -10 outside. No. No, that is too cold. That is too cold. That is too cold, Braid. That is too cold. No. Aina. No. I am not 100% familiar with the conversion ratio between Fahrenheit and Celsius, but I know for a fact that that is way too cold. It's unfortunately normal for this time of year, but turn on the heat, or at least be under a blanket. -20. That's me hibernating. That's me. You're not gonna see me in that cold. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. Nope. 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 No. No. Not gonna happen. No. I'm under several. Okay, that's good. That's good. Because let's just be honest, it is a lot easier to keep yourself warm than to keep a room warm. It is a lot easier to keep yourself warm than to keep a room warm. A lot cheaper too. Okay, we're getting places, we're getting places. Okay. I think at this point I can throw in our boundary here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call this one floor, because I don't know what else to call it. Flooring. And I'm just going to cut out what happens behind the leg and arm in a mask, so that if I do coloring on the lines later, I might actually be able to do the character lines in a slightly different color, which is maybe not a bad idea. So that's that. And I'm actually going to drop the inks in their own folder. Okay, we're getting places, we're getting there. Save button is a good idea. Time is up, which means it's time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Nice. Let's see. We're not actually gonna see the belt at all with the shirt crumpled over there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna move the shirt crumples up a bit so that we are going to get an opportunity to see the belt buckle. And how that's going to work is we're going to do it something like that. And I'll clean it up in a bit. But for now, let us give ourselves the opportunity for the belt. like so. There we go. And that is gonna have a fixture like that. And that goes and that collapses down. There we go. All right. Now, I'm going to also put the buckle on another layer quickly before I do that. So that is that sort of a motif. So we're gonna start by hiding that. Bolding this up and then removing what we don't need. Okay, and then the interior like that, sharp on the bottom. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to assume, make it a little bit smaller. What I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that everything that is black on this is going to be like I forget the proper term for it, but that electroplated aluminium type material. And the fill is probably going to be enamel. Okay, and then here we are going to also make a mask. Like that. And we're going to grab that. And over here, we're just going to delete there. So that we don't have overlaps where we don't want them. Okay. So far, so good. We're getting places. We're getting places. Rapatabam. Now what I'm gonna do is we've got to do the t-shirt proper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another ink layer. And it looks like the color of this t-shirt isn't altogether closed, so I'm going to let it have a little bit of breathing room like so. So that we can also exploit a little bit of that collarbone visibility. And I'm just going to clear that because I'm not happy with that, how the line weight ended up coming out on that one. That's better. Okay. Exploiting collarbone sounds like a martial arts strategy. Well, yes, I suppose it could potentially be. It could potentially be. Considering collarbones are roughly handlebar shaped, can grab and fling from there. Yep, it's possible. It could be a martial arts strategy. Exploiting collarbone could be a martial arts strategy. Very easily. Oh. So let's tidy up the neck just a bit. And then we'll get back into t-shirting. There's any way where you can grab could be a useful tactical option when you're doing your martial arts, so if you can grab it, free game, you know? Unless you're doing competition martial arts, of course, where there are more rules, but if you're doing martial arts for survival, rules are here. If you're doing martial arts for survival, then rules are for other people. Okay, I forgot to redo the timer. Whoopsie. For our hydrates. Okay, I didn't think of the collarbone martial arts comment at first, but oh no. Yeah. Free real estate, but it's probably mean dangerous for both parties. Yeah. Yeah. Like, if you have the means to take advantage of what you can grab in a survival situation, then by all means do so. Let's put it this way, it's safer than trying to go for one of the squishy bits like an eye, because if you accidentally get a thumb between teeth, you're gonna lose your thumb. Facts. Do not try to jam someone's mouth open. It will not end well for you. If someone tries to muffle you, try and get their fingers between your teeth and then chomp down as hard as you can. Frankly. Rabbit Survival 101. I can imagine someone doing that and pull their opponent's collarbone and out, and then the opponent coming back like a certain cartoon character. Uno reverse bite? Yeah. In a survival situation, there's no rules. You do what you can. Do whatever is in your power to make sure that you can get away from the danger. In as non-lethal a way as you can. If you are weaker than your opponent, it's a lot harder to be non-lethal. In which case, getting your opponent as immobile as possible is important if you are weaker and you find yourself attacked. Now, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to give myself on this layer just my landmarks. Yep. There's landmarks so that when I come to shading things later, or doing my cell shading, I've at least got points to refer to. Because that is going to pull from this side. And it's not exactly tight, so we're not going to see a lot of definition through the shirt. Okay, then. That comes out, because we're not going to see that really. Maybe a bit of a tension line from there. I'll probably take out some of these lines later. But yeah, I'm happy with that t-shirt. Or that vest, rather. Because that looks more like it's going to be a vest. Okay, so now we handle the overshirt. What is and is not going to be visible from the overshirt. I kind of want to see a little bit of what's happening on the waist on that side, so we're going to make an adjustment. Cut. Paste. Something like that. Reduce opacity. Okay, come over here. Like that. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna grab that and get rid of it. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Good. Is that an artifact? Yes, it is. There we go. There we go. But I'm not happy either. Okay, and now we tidy up on the neck more. There we go. And other side. That'll do, that'll do. Now, let's see. Next, I transfer that down. And we add, this is correct, the correct way around, yes. Okay, now we add the scarf. Let me just rotate this so that I couldn't get a nice curve here. There we go. Carve that out. Good. Now we've got the actual knot. Which I'm gonna take like so. try that again. Just gonna flip that so that I can get the scaling right. There we go. I'm happy with that. Clean up the edges. Now what we do is we go select outside, expand by 1, invert, turn a pin full. Now we should have a completely white fold there, good. Now if we merge that down and hold the mask, and now go edit, convert brightness to opacity, there we get that completely in alpha again. Great. Which we did prematurely because now we see that we've got a tangent which I do not like. But if I do that, better. Cancel. There we go. Yes, that's good. That's good. Now we merge that down, hold the masks. Do not enable. Okay. Then over here, just gonna grab this. Like so. Okay, edit. Brightness to opacity. Okay, we're good. We're getting there. We're getting there. Roro is starting to come together here. Okay. Reposition the seating. once more. Alright. Progression, yes. Yes. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to cut his eyes onto another layer. And I'm going to not have any masks on that. Just so that I've got a bit more control over those when I do things like hair, which is coming very soon, especially considering that this is one of those classic anime hairstyles where the hair and the eyes interact quite closely. I want control over those lines. Okay, that works. Anime is the only time when a nostril shot can be at all flattering. Because most of the time it's not. Alright, now let us move on to hair. So, just going by the reference, it does change quite significantly depending on the picture that we're going for, but the general vibe is that it goes to about the base of his nose length. That is approximately the length of the central bangs. So let us start by blocking in some shapes. Uh-huh. That ought to do it. And then let's just reduce the opacity on that as well, so that we've also got a bit more line of sight on what we're doing with the hair. Those outlines from the scalp getting in the way. That ought to do the trick. Carve this a bit thinner. There we go. We're almost getting there, yeah. We're making good progress. As I was hoping, Roro is being cooperative today. And I'm grateful for that. Some days, some characters just aren't cooperative, and you can try as you might, you just can't draw them that day. But our sunfish boy is doing okay. We love to see a cooperative fish boy. Yep. Roro had decided to let his picture be taken today. Yes, he did. He did. And I'm grateful for that. Interestingly, I'm really happy with how this is coming out, because a lot of the fan art that I've seen of this particular character, he tends to go a little bit femboy, and I don't get that feeling out of this particular drawing. Like, I'm not getting those vibes, which I'm kind of chuffed about. That we're still getting a sense of masculinity. I get more 2000s Stater Dude vibes. Yeah. A beanie has a way of doing that, doesn't it? He's giving attitude rather than sass, I think is the distinction. Yeah. This implies that the modern boy evolved from 2000 skater dudes. Cool. Oh boy. I would like to read that essay. A dissertation for the decade, yes. Okay, I think we're making progress with that. Now that he mentions, I'd make for a great comic book. Yeah, no, I think this is definitely going in the direction that I want, which I'm really, really grateful for. Okay, now let's see. There is some layering in his bangs here, according to these ones. I just want to doubly check. Yeah, there's a little bit of choppiness here. Not so much in that view, but you can see it more in this one. Little bit of layering and choppiness. So I want to just add that extra layer on top. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make that less opaque for a second. And just add another layer here. And what I'm doing here, because we've got the beanie to account for, I'm just adding weight to the top of these so that we get the sense of a bit of shadow when we apply the beanie. So let me just collapse these a bit more. All right, here we go. Hide that. Now over here, what we're going to do is we're going to mask off that. mask off that. All right. So if I just disable the mask for a second and I come over here to our rough sketch and I just add in that guideline, then add in the guideline for hair volume. The hairline will be approximately like that. Considering that the jaw is actually being pushed to the side, like that. Show you again. Hide you for a bit. Reduce this opacity. And in here, clean up those breaks. Something like that, and then apply the mask. There we go. Now add another mask because we're going to come back to our inks layer. No, I made a mistake. Yes, I made a mistake. Krahazik, hello, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, I made a mistake here with this mask. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that. And we're going to select that mask. And we're actually going to hit the delete button on the content of that mask. Invert. Oh no, I can just somehow delete the entire mask. Because it's wrong. In every way. Doing good. That is fantastic news. That is fantastic news, Krahazik. And cut that, yes. Okay, we're almost done with inking. We're almost done with inking. First create the mask, then we select the buckle. Hide the buckle. No, we don't need to mask off the buckle. We don't need to mask off of the buckle on this layer because the buckle lies on top of it and they just clipped to the inks on that. So, the beanie. Like so. Okay, we're getting there. Now what I want to do is here I want to make sure that that is clear. There we go. Nothing weird artifact wise up here. All right. Now here what we're going to do is on this one we're going to make sure that that does not cut through any of those. Now we hide that. And everything above this break line, we hide as well with our mask. There we go. So now if I lock the opacity on this and I choose a color, we don't have any of that color bleeding through into the lines of the layer below, which is what I'm looking for. And now I can see that I've got a mistake here that I need to repair. Fantastic. Cool. And let me just fill that with black again, just so that I'm not going to get lost. And back on the inks layer, we're then going to add the next arc. Like so. There we are. Sorted. Now I should be able to hide that and show our eyes again. And I'm not happy with how far back this is going, so we're going to make adjustments. To get it to look right. Let's just do that full again, just to be sure here. Like so. And I'm still not happy with the shape. That shape looks better. That shape looks better. Okay, so now we have that save button, and I don't know how long the time's up has been up, but it is time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Alright. Sippy boy, yes. And reset our timer. There we go. I feel like it could use a little bit more volume on this side as well. Hold up. That looks more right, I think. That looks more right. Okay. Now, the next thing. Now I'm not sure about that back corner anymore. Split the lifts. Yeah, that is better. That is better. Okay, now get this line to be a little bit less wobbly. That'll do the trick. Okay, that'll do the trick. Now, that way, we are back to our default rotation. Cool. And now what we're going to do, is we're going to neaten up the eyes. So I'm just going to hide everything else. And we're just going to show the eyes layer. And now we're going to neaten these up. So to start with, we're just going to solidify the shape of our lashes. And I'm going to switch to my inks brush, which has just got a slightly sharper edge. Then, get that inner shape, just so. There we are. Roro actually has pretty distinct lower lashes, so I'm just quickly giving him some. It was especially clear in the manga that he's got distinct lower lashes. And he's got this habit of this half-lidded look in the eyes. Okay, so on this side. Okay. Carve the other one into shape as well. Gotta be careful not to change the shape. Between the two halves. Too distinctly. A little bit of asymmetry is fine, but not too much. Because a little bit makes it look natural, but too much is going to look wonky in the flip. I like that this one has got a little bit more of a sneer in the lower lid, because it's also the side that's on the raise of the lip. So that makes sense. So I've got no issue with that. Remember the chin. What about the chin? What about the chin? The drawing has it round while the manga drawing has a sharp drawing. Yeah, if you have something that is roughly triangular and you look at it from the point of the triangle, it is going to look mostly straight at the bottom. So, like, if you had to look at yourself in the mirror, so that your chin is basically pointing directly at the mirror, you'll see that the panel that makes up the underside of where your tongue sits, that what is called the submental area, that if that is basically perpendicular to the mirror, you're going to not actually see any pointiness in the chin. It's okay. It's okay. Just explaining so you understand the reason behind the decision making visually. Because if I had to make it look pointy now, it would look weird. Because of the angle that he's at. Okay, so, almost there. Right, so next is the eyebrows. And I'm gonna switch back to the sketch brush for this. Doo-doo-doot. And he's got fairly dainty eyebrows, so I don't want to make those too significant. So let's thin this out, carve it thinner. There we go. Happy with that. All right, now here, just get these little lines. Just so. There we are. Okay, mostly there. Now it's just giving the edge to these irises. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly on another layer, just so that I can capture the direction of the gaze before I get those off of the eyes inks layer. I'm kind of glad I proposed the sitting on the side of the bed idea. It really suits him. Yeah, I'm also really chuffed with how this is coming out. Like, the pose idea was honestly brilliant. And it just worked. It worked first time, and it was just, okay, this is it. This is the drawing of the day. This is the drawing of the day. Yes! Success. Alright, I am happy with that. I'm happy with that. So, we have now got Roro's character inks sorted. So now I'm going to just put this in a group. Call this one character. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add another layer. And what we're going to do is we're going to go hide the floor. No. yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to select outside. Select everything outside. Make sure there's no holes that I'm not grabbing. Okay, there's one, but I'm going to need to repair it manually afterwards. Expand by 1. Invert. And I'm just temporarily going to pick our loud pink and fill like so that we can isolate Roro from everything else that is going to be happening. This is not going to be the final coloring of this layer, but it just means that I can see those 2 things that needed repairing. Is there anything over here? No. Over there? No, that's all hundreds. Cool. Show that again. It's not cutting in weird places. No. Okay, now here we need to just make that break on the buckle. And save button. He looks good in pink. He does. He is kind of designed to look good in pink. His official pink is this very, very salmon color. This is almost a flesh tone, actually. But yeah, it works for him. It works for him. Okay, so this full color that I've currently got is going to be replaced with black once I've got all of his actual colors blocked in, which is going to happen on the layer 1 above. So in the folder, we're going to add a layer called skin. We're going to add a layer called hair. We're going to add a layer called black. We're going to add a layer called green. We're going to add a layer called white. And then anything else, you're also going to need one called pink, which is separate from the hair layer because it's clothing. And then we will adjust accordingly. So, first things first, we are going to pick his skin tone, and that I'm going to pick... It is, in fact, the same swatch between both of these illustrations, yes? It looks like it, yes. So, his official skin color is green. His official skin color is green, interestingly. Like, you can't... It's green. His official skin color is green. That's interesting. 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 He does not look green. Just goes to show. Things get wild. Now here I see I've got an issue that I've got to repair. So let's clear that. And yet green persists, yeah. I mean, I suppose with all of the pink that happens, it kind of looks balanced out. But hey. I'll probably adjust the skin tone once I've got everything blocked in. Because I'm also going to do something in the background. And that means I'm probably going to need to do color adjustments. Hide the eyes lines. There we go. Reminds me of Gorillaz. One of the band's characters is depicted with green skin. Grungy stylistic choices. Yeah. Like, at this, in comparison with the white, you don't actually see it. Like, you can't really tell in isolation if you hide the pink exactly what hue it is. It's like just this off-white odd color. But once you hide the pink, you start, eventually your eye starts to see the actual hue come through. It's kind of wild. Maybe they were going for olive skin, actually. I'm pretty sure it was just a stylistic choice to get the shadows and everything to tie in nicely, because in these particular artworks, there is a very desaturated feeling, and pink is kind of the pop color more than the base, which is interesting. So I will come back to the skin and do some repair work on that once we have everything else filled in. So now we hide that. Don't close the gap. Okay. Also, in isolation next to the loud color, that looks like off-white. It's very, very, very interesting how that is all panning out. Oh, man. So I think the next color I'm going to do is my actual off-white, and I'm going to use a color that I know is a standard color in my inventory, which is my standard off-white. That I use for teeth and sclera and pretty much everything that needs to be white without being clinical, or while still being able to be highlighted. Optical illusions? Absolutely. Absolutely. So many of them. Because this is a much more desaturated palette than I normally work with, as you can clearly tell, because the difference between these two is so subtle. I can't tell that one is supposed to be white and the other is supposed to be skin, because they're just so close together. So I'm definitely going to be doing color adjustments. I'm definitely going to be doing color adjustments. Then black, I'm just going to grab here. That works. And then the green. Now just to look here, according to the panel and the screen tones that we see here, the scarf is actually the same color as the hair, so we're going to go with that. Actually, genuinely the basis of the feeling of light and shadow art is optical illusions. Have you seen the optical illusion where illustration of a character checkerboard makes the same grey color? Yeah. Like either black or white, depending on which side you're staring at. That is... I have not personally seen that one, but that sounds trippy. That sounds trippy and cool. And somehow, now that all of a sudden you can't see any of that loud pink, it all looks right again. That is wild. That is wild. Because our brains autocorrect with the presence of light. Yeah. Yep. Like, all of a sudden that looks right again. It's insane. Mostly, anyway. It's kind of wild. So now the full layer I am going to fill with black, so that we don't have to worry about any gaps that might exist in the line art. And I'm going to hit the save button because time is up. And we're going to have a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Okay. I'm almost out of coffee. Oh no! Sad moment. Alright, now we're going to add our background. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the floor inks layer. And I'm going to drop it in the background. And I'm going to delete the mask. And we're going to add sky. And it is going to be loud. Comparatively. Boom. And we're going to add concrete, which is going to be slightly brown, but mostly grey, and a little bit light, like that. Boom. Now, we lock the opacity on our concrete layer. And we're going to add a texture to it. Now I'm going to go to my monochrome patterns and see what I've got to work with. I think I should have by the texture, I should have something. Or is it going to be by the colored texture? I think it's going to be by the colored texture folder. Texture. Yeah, I'm going to use this parchment texture. Yes. You know what? Let it do its thing. Over there. Image material. No. Okay. Okay, so I'm just waiting on a texture to finish downloading then. It's like one of the defaults, so it's supposed to be there. What we're going to do is we're going to add clouds. Now our sketch, which I'm going to put on top for a second and switch this on multiply. We've got some guidelines that we're going to work with. Basically what we're going to do is just rough in some clouds like that for now. And I'm very, very tempted to throw in a sunfish and a copper. But, maybe I should actually hide those in the clouds. Go for these ultra stylized clouds this time. There we go. That's one. And then I'll add another layer where this definitely gives me a music video vibe, like an insert shot of the person rapping down the camera or something. Yes! Then that is the vibe we're looking for. That is totally the vibe we're looking for. If we're getting that vibe, then I'm doing this right. I just want to make sure that I've got the stylization on the sunfish right, because I highly doubt it. Yeah, I've totally not got it right. Let me just get you guys gone. The great sunfish in the sky. Hey. The references are strong. The references are strong. Okay. Now I'm not happy with that cloud copper, so I'm going to fill it in. And erase it out. Okay, that works. I'm happy, I'm happy. And I completely forgot to switch on our timer again. There we go. Okay. Let me just flip that over so that I can neaten up that awful mess. Almost like a day moon type thing. Okay, right. Now, we're going to add a little bit of gradient here, and I'm going to do a circle gradient. And I'm going to go like that. Need bigger space, yes. Not quite so strong. And also change my center like that. Yes, weaken that just a smidge so that we've got a little bit of variation in color in that sky. And what we're also going to do is, let me actually select that, invert that selection, and then I'm going to pick the same blue that we did that with, and I'm going to add a multiply layer on top just so that we can add a little bit of extra depth. Multiply and fill. And I'm just going to do like so. I am happy with that. I am happy with that. That gives us some depth on that. Then on our concrete, let us add a little bit of color variation and texture as well. So first things first, we are going to go we're going to select that on our default color, and I'm going to go a little bit darker over there, and I'm going to go back to a linear, and we're going to go on here like so. You should get a little bit of a gradient like that. Great. Now we're going to clip that on, and here with our noise, let's see, what does that look like on a multiply? What does it look like? It's something. I'm not sure if it's the right something, but it's something. It'll give a first layer of texture, I guess. It'll catch up with us. Multiply. Okay. Now I'm going to go to our brushes, and I want to go to this wet blotting ink. Yes. Okay, and I want to do this on a new layer as well. because because this is going to give us quite a bit of that concrete-y texture that I'm looking for. Great, great, great. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of Yep. Now I'm just going to get rid of that and just rough this over everything. There we go. I do not need a guideline. Okay, I'm happy with that texture. Okay, happy, happy, happy. Now we can focus on our character. And I just want to quickly close my door because my dog pushed it open. Okay. And now let us go into working on our character lighting. So, what we want to do is I'm going to duplicate the fill layer and move it on top. And I'm going to fill it with white for a second. And we're going to apply a little bit of a gradient. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pick our correct hue of blue and just put a little bit of gray in that. And we're going to do a gradient down like so. Right? This is going to be our shade. And what we're going to do from there is we're going to, with this same blue-gray, let me just go back to my brushes, we're going to take our lasso and we're going to just block in wrong layer, no. We're just going to block in some big chunks. This is where we're making our lighting decisions. So this is obviously going to be very much a backlit affair. A back and up. So everything that we see from forward lighting is a bounce light. Okay. So now we're going to grab our pen and we're going to just tidy up our shapes. Now that we have them roughly positioned. And like so. We're going with a more cel-shaded approach on this one, obviously, because the entire point of this illustration is to have portfolio for cel shading. As well, because I don't actually have that at the moment. Okay, I'm happy with that side. Now here. Let's see. That should do the trick. Okay, that's that side. Pretty happy with that side. And then, hold up. Over here I've got errors. There we go. Now, if I do that, we're already starting to get a more completed look, but we're not there yet because we've still got to do color corrections to our base layer. And I still want to add the pink pinstripes to the legs, actually, as well. So we're not there yet. Getting there. Alright, first layer is just about there. First layer of shading is just about there. Okay, so that's the first layer. I'm happy with that. Layer number 2, same multiply color. We're going to add in our depth shadow. Here, between paths. This is basically going to be our ambient occlusion shadow. Okay, Okay, that's that one. Yeah, it's not 100% ambient occlusion, it's sort of somewhere between ambient occlusion and self-shadow. And self-cast shadow. Sorry guys, I just need to check something very, very quickly. One second. My brother just tried to phone me for something, which tells me I probably missed an important communication of some description. Yep. I missed a communication. Hold up. It's taking a small eternity to load. I'll continue drawing while it's doing that then. Come on. How is this taking so long? The good news is that if it were an emergency, I would have had a phone call back already, which I have not yet, which means it's not a true emergency, but still. I'm concerned. How are you only at 82%? Hack! Eesh. Signal is so weak. Okay. Just gonna have that over there where I can see it until such time as I can determine what the nature of that issue is. It helped if I was on the correct brush. There we go. Okay, making progress, making progress. What's happening there? Still nothing. Reduce that for now. Now here, what I want to do is I actually want to remove that information from the inks layer so that I can do that refinement entirely on the shade. And sculpt that entirely with light. Like so. Okay. Actually, undo that. I want to put this on a normal layer for a second. Duplicate it. Merge it down. 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 One more just for luck. Duplicate and merge down. Now it should be at full opacity. Multiply. Use the white to do our carving. because it will have the same impact as changing the opacity, but we'll still have the shape should we change our mind about how we want something to look. Like there. Okay, I will do the refinements to the darkness to another stage. In the meantime, there is that. Okay, and now if I layer these two, we should get something that's a little bit more dynamic. Yes. So we're starting to get there. And like that. A little bit less there. Okay, my brother is not answering me, which tells me that something, whatever he was trying to contact me for, is not so desperately urgent. Okay. Okay, that'll work. Now it's just up here. Just that little bit in the crease. Okay. Please. No yoga, please. Repetita. Okay, that'll do. I'm happier with that. I'm happier with that. Okay. Which means now we've only got that. Yeah. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Family just delivered supper. That's probably what the phone call was about. And what have we got today? What is on the menu for today? We have got cheesy bread with some doodles. Nice. And we've got a bit of fruit salad. Lovely. So, I'm going to have the cheesy bread first because cheese that goes all sweaty is less than pleasant. But I'm first going to hit the save button. And I see that we have run out of time again. Why does no one tell me when the timer is up? I don't have a little ping that goes off when it is finished. there's no little ping that goes off when it's finished to tell me, hey, Harrier, look up at your screen and notice that 30 minutes have gone by. Oh dear. But okay. But we've made pretty good progress. I was not aware it was up either. Oh well, I'll let it slide. We're starting to get there. With this illustration. I'm just gonna quickly get rid of some of the blanket because it is now too much. 30 minutes passed? It had passed. I've got a little timer up there underneath the link to my commissions, which, if you are new here, please consider if you like what I'm doing, because I've not had an income since October, and I need to be able to afford food going forward, and paying for electricity and water and all of those things. So, help, please. All referrals are also greatly appreciated if you cannot afford anything right at this very moment. But yeah, so we has food. Yes, food. Hopefully, it should be fairly quick to eat. Just plain cheesy bread is a little bit unusual, but on this day, it is more than enough for me, thank you. Having an income for food is nice, yeah. Yeah, it's helpful. It is helpful. Now, please tell me if you can hear me chewing, because I'm very, very, very self-conscious about that. And I do not want to make it such that you are relegated to hearing me chew like very, very quick supper if it is intolerably gross sounding, because I am very, very, very self-conscious about that. Rip chewing ASMR. I don't hear anything? Okay. We shall survive the mukbang tonight then. No, when I do get food during the middle of the stream from a family member who is kind enough to deliver it for me, I will tell you guys what I'm eating, because I usually think that food is an important thing to share in life. And when I cannot share my evening meal with my family, sharing it with you guys seems nice as well. I still want to see if I can borrow equipment to do a cooking stream, but it's just not the right time at the moment. I've got to, in the next few days, make onigiri, which I have been threatening to do for like 3 weeks and I've just not gotten to it. But yeah, I also need to get back into the habit of cooking lunches in my household, now that most of the people are back at work. Because lunchtime in my time zone is approximately breakfast time for me, in order for me to be able to be conscious to stream until like 2 in the morning for you guys. Which is about your mid-evening. Your 6 or 7 at night, roughly there. So, yeah. Almost done with the cheesy bread. Almost done with the cheesy bread. It's just like this hot dog roll with grated cheese on it. The cheese is grated because then it stretches further. Okay, that's the bread gone. Now the other dry part of the meal is droevels, which is a favorite in South Africa. It's literally a dried sausage. Relatively thick sausage, really. Fairly coarse meat. A decent amount of fat content, well spiced. And then hung up to dry until it is such that it sounds like this when you break it apart. Salty, delicious, spicy, lovely. And also clean enough to be able to eat and not leave a mess without having to have a plate underneath you. Okay. That does sound good. Yeah. I have a friend in Singapore who stumbled across a place selling South African meat products, and he got so addicted to droevels. It's kind of cute. And I can 100% understand why. A well-spiced recipe, oof. If there's too much coriander in it, it can go a little bit off tasting. But like a nice recipe is just very, very, very good. Like, South African dried meats are world class. Like, jerky I think is cooked, but the South African dried meats aren't. They're just salted, spiced, and dried. But oh my word, they're so good. And it's obviously all red meat, so beef and venison, mostly. Hold on a second. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this one might actually be a venison one. Thank you. Copy. Greatly appreciated. Coffee top up, yay! But yeah, let us continue drawing while we go through. So, I am pretty happy with it shading mostly. So let us just do this. That works. This works better. This works better. I can work with that. I can work with that. Okay. Now we unlock again. And here we're going to add our beanie detail. Actually, undo. I'm not happy with that at all. Ugh, no. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. Okay, let's bring that back to normal. Okay. I think we're there on that front. Mostly. Let me just make this a bit smaller. Okay. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. So now we have our shade. So now we need to do our color corrections on our base color. So I'm going to hide that. And I'm going to start by grabbing our pink and giving ourselves our pinstripes. Okay. Now, to start with, I'm going to do a color adjustment on the pink to make it a bit more... Actually, I'm going to add a layer on top of that. Clip that down and we'll call it saturation. And let's see what happens when I fill that with the pink. Okay, so whatever my saturation level in here is, I think, should dial up the saturation on the layer below. Yes. Okay, so it does not matter what hue I plug in, I think. Let me just see. No, because it's all based on the saturation level. Okay. So I am happier with that saturation level, but it does show off the fact that the skin is not a healthy shade, so we are going to go to tonal correction, and we're going to go to hue, saturation, luminosity, and we're going to creep it towards the red side. Okay, where are we now? I'm gonna grab that and make it 23, 24. Okay, like so. Okay, we can now actually see a distinction between skin tone and the white of the shirt and of the pink of the hair. But I do think the pink can still be louder, so I'm going to take that and I'm going to duplicate it. And I'm going to put it strictly on the pink of the hair. Does that do anything? No, it does not. So here what needs to happen now is we're going to go here and we're going to go tonal correction. And we're going to take that saturation and dial it up. Luminosity down a bit. Okay. Now I'm gonna hide our shade, grab that, and fill the pink layer the same color. Now that is a little bit much, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab that color and we're going to adjust it down again. And I'm going to basically try and get us to the point where we don't need the saturation layer at all. That is a healthier hue. That is a healthier hue. Let's go slightly to the yellower side. Yes. Yeah, that looks like a healthier hue. Now when we apply our shades, there we have contrast between our colors. We finally have contrast between our colors. Yay! It's still looking desaturated because of the colors of our shadow layers, but that's fine because we're going to do another layer of color adjustment over the top. But now we're going to hit the save button. It's a good idea is to hit the save button. We're starting to get somewhere. We're starting to get somewhere with this. So now I can collapse that. And I want to just check on our reference over here. if I can do this. I have a plan. I have a plan. What is going to save me a lot of effort. Copy. Create new from clipboard. Edit tonal correction. Saturation, luminosity, saturation all the way down. Okay. Edit tonal correction, brightness and contrast. Contrast up. Brightness. Okay. Now we're going to go to our pen and we're going to go and grab our dot pen. I'm going to pick pure black. And we're going to make sure all of these are square. Or rather, we're going to make sure one of these rows is square, and then we're going to copy it and do some shifting. Before we resize it and implement. Now, there is the matter of one of these looking a bit taller than the rest, so let's just see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 high. So that should then be 1, like so. Just make our grid an actual grid. Okay, and now we're going to take that and we're going to duplicate it. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab the top. We're going to do selection like that. Clear it. Select like that. Clear it. Edit brightness to opacity. Okay. Now, if we go duplicate, we should have 1, 2, 3 steps up. Then duplicate 1, 2, and 3. And then duplicate again. 1 and 2. Canvas size like that. Okay. Merge all of those. Okay. So that should be 5, and that is 5, yes. Okay. So now we grab all of that and we move it just like so. Duplicate, edit, transform, flip horizontal, and pull it across. Merge, merge, there we go. Now we've got the pattern on his shirt as it should be. So now we're going to take this entire thing and we're going to go edit, change image resolution. Where this is going to go at least 1500. Okay. Now we're going to duplicate, merge down, edit, tonal correction, binarization. Okay. No. Edit, tonal correction, binarization, leave transparency. No. Okay, there we go. So now if I copy this in here, we should have a grid that is the right size. Ish. It is almost the right size. So now we can scale that down. And I'm going to save this because I don't know if I'm ever going to use this again, but it's likely that I'm going to draw VY2 again in the future, so I might as well go save as. Put this as PNG. VY2 pixel art. Okay. Close. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this for a second again and then just do a little bit of warping. Something like that. Okay, there we go. Now if I lock that and fold like so and go multiply, it should be almost the right color. Hide the shade. Is that in fact It is in fact the right color. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Save button. And coffee. Coffee. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Yes. Okay, we're getting places. We're starting to get places. I have refilled my coffee. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. So one thing I'm going to do is, with the saturation being unnecessary now. Oh, hell done. That actually looks good. That actually looks good now. Interesting. I like that. Okay. That actually looks good now. Now what I'm going to do is also going to clip that, and I'm going to add an overlay. Which I'm not going to do anything with yet. I'm not going to do anything with it yet because I've still got to color in the eyes, and I'd like to add a little bit of... Do I? Recalculating? Do I really want to do that? Okay. Hold on. What I want to try is I want to see what happens if I take this... if I take this layer and instead of it being blue, see what happens if I make it purple. Nope. Well, like so, because I want to see if I can bring a little bit of warmth into this shadow situation, because yeesh, it's looking a little bit dead. Yes, that looks better. Okay, so that does look better, but now the issue is that I've, by hitting the fill button, thrown away all of my nice gradients on the shading. So I'm gonna go back to a normal layer there, hide that again, shift this over a little bit. It's gonna look really, really wild for a bit. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over here, put this on normal. I'm gonna put this on normal. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go edit, tonal correction, use saturation, and I'm just going to inch this cancel, wrong one, and I'm going to just inch this towards the purple, which is in this case this way, and keep going until the colors match. While I can still see a line, it's not matching. There we go. Now if I put you on multiply again. There we go, nice, nice. Put you on multiply again. Yeah, I was looking a bit dead, like a sunfish in the backyard. Yep. I'm so glad that you guys can catch these references now. I'm so glad you guys can catch these references now. Because, man, there are certain very, very funny references in Uramando songs, if one just knows them. It really gets fun. One never looks at the fire extinguisher the same way again. Mm-mm. But now I'm going to have a bite of fruit salad. Now the fruit salad, ooh, this has got bits of nectarine and tinned guava and pawpaw and raspberries. That's an interesting change of pace. Raspberries. Fancy. Not entirely happy with how those meat tops are looking there. There we go. There we go. We're starting to get there. We're starting to get there. So we still need to add color to the eyes. These fingers are also looking like they need something. Yeah. Thought so. That just softens it a bit. Now we've still got to do the eyes and then do some effects, I think. I think then we are there. So, and we need highlights. We need highlights. That's the other thing. So it's not going to be an overlay. This is going to be an add or a hard light. Let's start with a hard light and see what happens. It's an effect, but it's not the effect that we're looking for. Let's go add. That is close to the mark. Okay, that works. Okay. That's definitely closer to the mark. I'm happy. I'm happy. Okay, now it is... Let's just see if I can't just make that slightly more subtle, because it's maybe a bit much. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay, now the eyes. I'm gonna do the sclera below and the iris above. So, that I'm gonna do below. And this is calling for assistance of the lasso. Right. Iris. Okay, and now we're gonna add 1, 2, 3 at least. Where is a close-up that we get the eye color as unobscured as possible? We've got that. And which is more obvious than the other side. Okay. So, we've got these lovely, lovely, vibrant lime eyes, which are going to be positively glowing. I'm looking forward to it. I kind of love it when the irises glow like this. It tickles the creative juices when the irises glow like this. Now on the inks, I'm just going to quickly come and do some repair work because I see there's a requirement here. And like so. I'm kind of really liking that. Super light there. Happiness. Save button. Okay. Now, on top of this, we're going to add a gradient, which is going to go from that blue to that brown. And it's going to go like that. Like so. I can roll with that, but now I want to take the eyes lines out of that because I want those to have their own color. And also I see an issue. With our hair, because this also needs to be on the eyebrows. Okay, that works. So now we're going to color in our eyes lines, and this is going to be fun because we've got to start with a little bit of life in the inner corners. And then we come over here and clean that up. Okay. Then we're going to grab our black again. No? Wait. Before that, I want to grab that red again. And just pull a little bit more on this side. There we go. Then grab that. Add a little bit of an underglow in the iris color. Then grab our blue. And make it shiny. And add that glow in again. Now I just want to see what it looks like if I put that back in here. Prepared it out on its own. I preferred it on its own. Alright, now on top of the lot of that, I want to grab that blue. And I want to grab a gradient around like that. And I want to do... I don't want to do a linear gradient. But let's just see. No, not overlay. Definitely not that. Those two layer together nicely. Okay. Now, let's see. It looks like it wants something else for polish. What's interesting here is that his face is basically entirely in shade. Maybe that's part of what's bugging me. Although it would make sense for it to be entirely in shade, given where the light is coming from. I.e. directly behind him. Let me see, what can I do to warm this up, because it is still feeling cold. Make it yellow. That does help. But definitely no more than 15. You know what, let's go merge visible to new layer. Actually, no, before that. I want to come back to our background, and I want to come back to our clouds, and I want to add some smears. That's what I'm looking for, to add some smears. Just soften it a bit. Okay, that looks a bit more cloudish. Although that now looks like it wants to be just bent a little bit more because it's a little bit too straight. Okay. Yeah. At this point, merge visible to new layer is indeed the right thing for the job. Because we can now start doing effects layers. Okay, so merge base. Okay, we're going to start by duplicating that again, and we're going to go filter, quick effects, no, blur, Gaussian, okay, filter, sharpen, no. That on overlay. Nope, not happy with that. Duplicate. Filter, blur. Let's make it 3. Just to soften everything just a smidge. Itty bitty little bit. Okay, just call this one blur, duplicate it again. This one filter, let's call this one, yeah, aberration is good. Not quite so intense. That'll do. Call that one crumb. And we're going to go glow dodge over the top. Huge brush. Just like that. This dude is in an actual skate park, I think is what it looks like. Could be, honestly. Ah, that's what I was lip syncing, that's what I was missing. I'm going to undo. This wants an overlay. I knew I was looking for something. So we're going to take this. And just basically give ourselves a little bit more vibrancy. Yes, that's what it wanted. Just that little bit of extra. Duplicate. Now we're going to do our blur. Duplicate. Now we're going to do our aberration. And we're going to duplicate that again, put it on top, and this time put it on a multiply. And just reduce that ever so slightly. To just tone it down just a smidge. I think that is about as good as I'm gonna get it this day. But I think I'm happy. I think I'm happy. But yeah, he could be in a skate park for sure. I always love when pieces of art like this get that surreal look of the eyes glowing. Would you say that's easier to do in digital art because of the fact you can basically use any color? Yes. Yes. Look, it is possible to make things look like they glow with traditional media. It is. But it is not for the faint-hearted to attempt. Because it's the art of subtlety. Getting things to glow in traditional media is the art of subtlety. And faking luminescence by using contrast. Speaking of contrast, I should probably do a contrast check on this thing. So let me just do that. Yeah, it looks decent. Contrast check on that looks decent. Mostly. Although the sky is a little bit bright. He's kind of getting lost in it. He's kind of getting lost in the sky. Okay, noted. So, undo my special effects layers once more. Because that might explain why it was looking off with the... That might explain why it was looking off with the multipliers, because that was actually just clashing contrasts. So let me try this. Add another multiply layer down here. Pick that. Clip that there. Let's see, what can we do about our contrasts? Let's dial that back up. Let me duplicate this one. That looks a little bit more intense. Okay, get rid of the soft light because now it looks too yellow. Put the eyes inks back in here because now it's a bit too stand out. Oh no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this again. Clip this here, but only on like 15, not on 30. So it is slightly softened, just not all the way. Is it this different in saturation that lets you have the luminescent look? It is a little bit of a difference in the saturation. Because if you're looking at what I call day glow colors, like those really, really loud colors that look like they're glowing at you in the sunlight, they are typically ridiculously high saturation levels. And if you had to color sample them digitally, you would see that they are very high luminosity levels as well, which is very saturated and kind of close to white, which is messy and difficult to generally duplicate using additive ink or additive color methods. So in order to get that, you need to make the surroundings generally darker. So the contrast is definitely the thing. So I'm actually going to take away that glow layer there because it's actually too much. That softening is actually too much there. We get enough of that glow just by the whatchamacallit, eye color itself. Okay. Now there is one last thing I want to see if I can pull into this. If I unclip that. Yeah, we're fine. If I clip onto that, I want to see with a little bit of that color. Ooh. Yes. This was one of the things I was looking for. Okay. I thought I was done, I was in fact not. So that just adds a little bit more of that warmth to the shadow, which which is exactly what I was after. Haha! Okay. Okay, now I'm happy. Now I'm happy. Merge visible to new layer. Duplicate. Filter. Blur. Gaussian. 3. Okay. Duplicate. Filter. Effect. Aberration. Put it there. Okay. Duplicate, filter. Noise. Just a little bit of texture as well. Let's make it 12. That's a good value. I like it in color. There we go. And now I'm happy. Now I'm happy. This looks like what I was after. This looks like what I was after for my portfolio. I'm a happy camper. Yay! I'm a happy camper. Yay! How many years has it been since I've drawn this guy? Whoa. Must have been at least 6 or 7 years since I've last drawn this guy. It's just struck me. Sure. Okay. Well, I will take that. Let's just export the full version really quickly. File name like so. Okay. So I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. That's one of the big things that was on my to-do list that I can now check off. This reminds me of Mara Productions. The animations are both 3D and 2D together and they blend it so beautifully well. Hey, I'm glad. If you get that feeling, then I am very, very glad. Yay. To get compared to a studio is like the coolest thing, so thank you. I am happy. I am happy. I am happy. I just need to not forget what I did here, so let me just rename these files, these layers accordingly. So this is merge this goes blur 3. Then I did aberration, and then I did noise. Okay, so now I've got that information down so that I can remember what I did next time I need to do this thing. Yeah, I'm actually really, really happy with how this came out, all things considered. I had no idea what I was going to do when we started this day. If you want the biggest example of his animation is Bowser vs. Eggman or Cuphead vs. Shovel Knight. Okay. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay, I'm just going to quickly check over here. on my checklist. I have now got where is it? Where is it? Where is it? How far down this to-do list was this thing? Good grief. I know there's less than 100 items in here now, but why was this so far down? That's why it wasn't actually even on the to-do list yet. Okay. It wasn't actually written down, but I knew it needed to happen, because I was working with this on Friday. Oh joy. Okay. So, that is one of the major things that I needed to get done this day. Done. Yay! So I will be signing this and posting it later. I am very, very quickly going to walk a turn, and then I will be right back, and then we will start something else. Although this was immensely productive so far, we shall continue. We shall continue. So I'm going to be right back. Let me do this. Let me do this. Okay, we are back. Okay, we are back. We're back. We're back. Hey! Okay. We're back. Right, so let me just drop this in the right places very, very quickly. This was cell illustration example. Okay, this was check. So now I'm going to need to go through the whole process of doing the exports and bloody fish paste, all that jazz, and then I can upload that to Begone. So I will put that aside for now. Okay. That one I can close because I'm not going to try and salvage that. Let me just see. No, you know what? It's still missing. Oh no. It was missing some lens flare. That's what it was missing. This is missing lens flare. I knew that it was missing something. Hold up. I should still be able to add that over the top. So, that's going to be an add glow. And it is going to be white. It is going to be these. I believe. No? Here? All the way. Nope, not that one. Yes. Okay. Save. That's what I was looking for. It was looking for lens flare. Okay. Happy, happy, happy. Perfect is the enemy of good, moving along swiftly. Okay. So, with that, I now have something that I can put on that service type, which is needed. Then the next thing that is screaming at me is I don't want to do that on stream. Okay, that's the next thing that's screaming at me. Is probably to have more than one of these. I don't really want to do the group project stuff on stream when I have not actually consulted with other people that are participating. If I can complete those drawings on stream. I think the next thing I should probably do if I want to do more music video type illustrations to add to the portfolio is probably going to be something a little bit cuter and more meme-ish, honestly. Because that's something that would also probably be appropriate, usable, such, for that context. So I'm just trying to think, what can I do for something along those lines? What can I do for something along those lines? Okay. It's less of a full illustration, but more like a pseudo-comic panel type thing. Sort of vibe. Maybe after a sip of coffee I'll have insight. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Camera, don't break, thank you. So the next thing we need to do for that side of the portfolio is something more dynamic and maybe something with multiple people. Multiple people. Something like what you'd expect to accompany a group of Utaite. Let's see. Also a landscape is a good idea. Sketch. View. Crop marks off. So, let me think for a second with my coffee. For a group concept, because I don't necessarily want to work with Misthaven characters until such time as they actually have personalities behind them to inform, you know, personality. Because I've got rough ideas, but I don't really want to illustrate them into a typecast yet. Until the bros have pilots, you know? Let me think. Let me think. What can I do with the group? Which group to do, though? I'm thinking maybe I don't know the first stage production boys well enough to try and draw any of them at this point. I don't know them well enough to decide if I would want to. Their designs are great, but I don't know if I know them well enough to feel comfy drawing them yet. I've not actually watched their material. I've not actually watched their material, so I am not sure. I need to actually maybe sit down and at least watch debuts and get a feel for some folk. Even if it's like 6 months old already, or a year old already. Avalon is already a year old, wow. More than. Ravenous is more than a month old already. How? Of the Niji boys, I'd maybe look at something with Vera and Doppio, or maybe Crisis and Claude. Bowser vs. Eggman you should watch when you have time. Yeah. You see, the thing with all of those sorts of fan animations and similar sorts of stuff is, if you don't know the source material, it doesn't really hit as hard. Like, sure, you can appreciate the animation quality and all of that, but it doesn't hit it as hard because you're not familiar with the characters. Like, I have not ever played a Nintendo. I've never owned a Nintendo product, so I have not got familiarity with their characters. Same with the whole Sonic franchise. It's like, it's just I'm not familiar with it. Not enough to really engage. Like, I can recognize characters because I see other people post fan art and stuff and play the games, but I'm not familiar with it myself. Eesh. Animation is god tier, all made in 6 months, I think, done in one person. Wow. But to do the animation that quickly, you must have ready access to the models, because getting the models punched out that quickly and then still doing the animation, that takes something else altogether. That's machine. That's like a machine. Coffee. I don't think I've actually... I still need to watch Terrasanji before I decide about that. I've not actually watched any of Wilson's stuff, so I'm not 100% sure about Drawing Crisis. Okay, when it comes to actual other VTuber groups, I'm feeling like I have not actually engaged with enough of people's other stuff enough to be able to decide on who to put into a group scenario. Even if you don't familiarize with it, it doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. Maybe. I just feel like when you already know the source material, it's easier to engage with it. Maybe. Like, I would personally not go hunting for it. In this case, the animation is for the series Death Battle, which goes over the competence, abilities, and a bit of their history before the fight animation. Ooh, okay. Okay. Yeah. It's not content that I would go out of my way to go look for, I will be very honest. Like, I like animation, but I don't go hunting for that sort of thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just I barely get enough time to consume formal content. I don't really get a chance to engage with other stuff. I don't really. It's bad. Okay, let me think. Who can I draw in a group scenario? Because that's the big thing I need to find a solution for. Forgetting indie animation for a second, I need to figure out what I can do next, because I need to use my time wisely. For a group scenario, for cel-shaded stuff. What kind of characters are you looking for or thinking of? That's the thing. I'm trying to figure out who to draw for a group scenario. Like if you had a group of people doing a cover song where there is a scene of all of them in the same shot and they're interacting. Draw a skateboard with this guy. I'm looking for another picture. Different content. Let me just go to the other tab so that we're not getting confused here. Let's just go to the other tab so we're not getting confused here. Like a pre-established group, or just putting multiple characters together who might not be an established group. Yeah, like on one hand, if I was just putting random people together, I could use my own original characters, but no one cares, frankly. Because another thing that I'm trying to do with these is I'm actually trying to build clientele, so you draw clientele by showing faces that people know. So I'm thinking of doing something. I'm thinking of doing something with other VTubers, probably. You could do the main crew of the Vocaloids. Yeah, I could do the Kryptonloids. Maybe. People know him, yeah. Yeah. One could do the Kryptonloids. Also, though, once again, 4 out of 6 are female. And target audience. Target audience. Throw Goku behind. Yeah, the Three Stooges is maybe an option. I'm trying to think of who all of my options are, because it's either Vocaloids, or it's VTubers, or it's original characters at this point. One of the three. This is tricky. Let me do quickly a search here. That is not gonna fly for right now. Wait a second, webtoon. What about webtoon characters? That's an option. Webtoon. That is an option. I could do a panel redraw from something. Hold on. Let's try that. Maybe that is going to be my answer, is webtoon characters. Let's see. Originals. Let's see. I need to catch up on Greatest Estate Developer, but I'm a mama. Illiseed. It's gonna be Illiseed. That's the one. That's the one for today. Illiseed. Okay, that solves that problem. Okay, Illiseed it is, and I'm gonna do something in Janu's living room, because that is the place that we always end up going back to. Jiwoo's room. Let me see. Which one shall I draw from? Let's go for... In my opinion, it doesn't have to be a group of people, it's just one person in the pose and drawing more than enough. Yeah, this is true, but I'd like to show people that I can draw interactions as well. So, yeah. I think I know what I'm gonna do now. I'm going to do something with the LSC crew. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Actually, not that. Let's do... Jeez, look like so. Panicking for dear life, as he would be, because of calcium nitrate on his shoulder. Like that. And let's do Subin being about to be a gremlin. With Wuan. Who has the awakened cat? Um, Suthen is smaller. She's about to get in a pillow fight. I think that is the right way to handle that. You were in the back, about to witness absolute chaos unfold. And let's go with... Alright, now let's make this one as a normal kitties, and then... Cartian is here, about to witness things get very funny. I think that is going to be the way to do it. Okay. Okay. That is the plan. That is the plan. Okay, we've got a plan. We've got a plan. So, let's see how good I am at remembering what everyone looks like. Let's start with this episode ought to have at least a shot of everyone in it. Okay. That's the shot that counts. That's the shot that counts. Come back here. File, create new from clipboard. There's our chaos trio. And over here. Let's go back out. And let me just grab a decent shot. Come on, come on. Just getting... shot quickly. Reference. Hessian nitrate. Cat. Open image in new tab. Yes. Copy image. Create. There we go. That's the one. And this one is also going to do. Open image in new tab. Copy image. Paste. Cancel. Create new from clipboard. And then lastly, let's see if I can find one from Cartian close up on his own. Okay, it's not quite on his own, but it's close enough. Open image in new tab. Because he's actually very simple to draw compared to others. Create new from clipboard. There. Okay, just knowing which ear is clipped. Okay, so we've got references. So let's start with our feline gremlin. The man himself. A very, very, very fat cat. Who is about to make this person fear for his life. Again. Not for the first time, and most certainly not for the last. The rhyme a little bit behind this sort of illustration is a little bit different. By my reckoning, anyway. When you've got meme expressions, one doesn't need to be quite so particular about certain things. And methodologies. Okay. Going to make an adjustment because I was not happy with that shape. He was looking a little bit more like Jiwoo than himself. Okay. Let's see. My kid is gonna be fearing for his life for weeks after this. Okay. And let's do Wuan, who's pretty chill. Okay. Here we go. Now that I think about it, I think this is actually the first time I'm drawing Eliseed stuff. Pretty sure this is actually my first time drawing Eliseed. Interesting. Okay, okay. Ah. I can feel that I'm not being nearly as pedantic as I was with the other one, but it's fine. Just getting the idea down. I'll grab proper references for everything later, I guess. No, wait. Hmm. I'll probably refine this significantly. Ah. There's always at least one chaos monger in a group, right? This group has two. Yeah. Guys, I think I'm gonna actually start wrapping up because I need to be somewhere early in the morning. And it has been a 6-hour stream, 7-hour stream. It has been a 7-hour stream, but we did manage to get a lot done. So I'm gonna save my references in this. Image and just copy them out again when I need them again. We'll see when I get back to this one. If I feel in the morrow, or whenever I do get back to it, that it is actually what I'm looking for. Because it's fun, I guess, ish. But I'll see how I feel about it, so let's save it and then call it a day. 2025 01 04 reside. Okay. But yeah. Do not save. Do not save. Do not save. Do not save. Yeah, we at least got this done, and it was good. We got this done and it was good. So, I will be posting this before bed. But yeah, I gotta kind of start wrapping things up. And I actually think I'm gonna shower now. Still, so it's still gonna be a long ways before I could actually get to sleep. But yeah. Thank you all for joining me. It has been a marathon. VOD Squad, thank you very much. Lurkers, as always, I appreciate you as well. Sometimes the brain just hooks out a little bit after finishing a thing. Even if I don't end up finishing the LSC drawing, at least I had a wind down, I guess, and we weren't doing nothing. Yeah. I think I should actually very, 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 very strongly be re-looking my time allocations and actually spend a little bit more time in 2025 consuming content so that I'm not drawing a blank every time I'm trying to think, okay, what to actually draw. I will work on that. Because, that was a little bit of a mood killer. That was a little bit of a mood killer. But anyway, thank you for joining me. Rest well when you get to it. And, yeah. Have a fun rest of your Saturday. Have a restful Sunday. And I shall see you when I see you. Cheery bye.